presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Ohio.
On a day where all the world remembers the memory and honors the legacy of Muhammad Ali, we'll play some baseball here at Great American Ballpark today as Fox Sports Ohio brings you Cincinnati Reds baseball. It's the Washington Nationals against the Cincinnati Reds in Game 2 of the weekend series. Hi, hello, and welcome to Cincinnati, everyone. Along with the Cowboy Jeff Brantley and Jim Day, I'm George Grant. But what a difference a week makes. A week ago, the Reds were in the throes of an 11-game losing streak. A little bit later on, they've gotten things going, Cowboys, starting in Denver and moving it here.
Yeah, they really have, George, and it's come from the bottom of the order. I think you look at that 11-game losing streak, a very difficult time for the Reds, but they have come back with a vengeance. And this is not just about playing in Colorado. This is what was coming in Milwaukee. They carried it over into Colorado, and boy, did they carry it over into last night. And when the middle of your order is hitting the ball out of the ballpark with the consistency now that Suarez is, and boy, he is smoking after that tough time he went through.
Well, when you look at the numbers offensively, that's been a big part of the story, but so is pitching. Last night, Brandon Finnegan gave the Reds their third consecutive quality start. That's impressive. They hope the same from Dan Straley today.
Yeah, I think the big thing with Straley is keeping the ball in the strike zone. Everybody looks back at the Colorado game, George, and they say, well, he gave up 5 runs in that ball game. It's Colorado. The guy pitched outstanding baseball. He's done nothing to hurt his case when you watch Dan Straley on the mound. His best pitch is a slider, and it's followed by that big fastball upstairs. But when you see that breaking ball right there, that is the pitch that Dan Straley is trying to get to. He can make it big, he can make it small. He's got a great changeup as well, and he'll need them all against this lineup here today.
Oh, in L.A., he struck out 11, but how about Steven Strasburg? You talk about a strikeout pitcher.
Yeah, the thing about Strasburg, after getting the big contract, he seems to have settled himself down. Not so much adrenaline on the mound. Both fastballs and the breaking balls, they seem to be right on the money, and boy, is he tough.
Tough is the word. That's what the Reds have been this week after the long road trip. They keep the ball rolling, trying to get it rolling. Suarez and company will take on the Nationals next on Fox Sports Ohio.
By Chevy. Check out their award-winning lineup only at your Tri-State Chevy dealer. By Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good. It's Skyline time.
Meteorologist Brandon Orr here from Local 12. You know, we had a break from the rain by late morning, some peaks of sunshine, but we're still getting some widespread thunderstorms developing this afternoon. Hit and miss. A lot of lightning. Some could be strong with some damaging wind gusts, hail, and even some isolated flooding. Temperatures falling out of the 70s into the upper 60s by the end of the game. Enjoy the game here on Fox Sports Ohio.
I'm Jim Day. Eugenio Suarez got off to a hot start with the bat, manning third base nowadays. Then he went into a lull. In fact, it was a big one. 0 for 28 slump. But since then, he's back. Check out our IGS bringing the energy. Last 5 games. How does 9 for 19 sound? A 474 clip. 4 home runs, including his first multi-home run game in Denver. And that OPS, last 5, 1.703. That is off the charts. He was hitless in his previous 8 games, but the guy they called Gino swinging it again. And I hope he's swinging it today because the Reds looking to defeat the undefeated. Good day to hang that first L on Strasburg. George Grant and the Cowboy are next.
Cincinnati Reds in game 2 of this 3-game series. Don't touch that white line. Some guys superstitious. He hops the line as Dusty Baker's ready to pencil in his starting lineup. 21st season as a manager, 19 years as a player, won over 1,700 games, over 500 of those, 509 as a Reds manager, the 3rd most winningest manager in Reds history. Let's check the lineup that he pencils in. Ben Revere's back in the leadoff spot. Jason Worth moved up to the number 2 spot today. Bryce Harper, last year's most valuable player, hits 3rd. The player of the month during the month of May, Daniel Murphy, in the cleanoff spot. Ramos is the catcher. He's now the normal number 1 catcher. Rendon at 3rd. Robinson, who came in late last night as a replacement, the big left-handed swinger, is at first base. And Espinosa, the switch hitter, is batting in the number 8 spot. Steven Strasburg will hit in the number 9 position. He comes in at 179. On the mound for the Reds, trying to go over 500. And Cowboy, I guess you have to say this guy was a pretty good pickup for the Reds at the end of spring training.
I would say so. Yeah, you saw Straley pitching out of the bullpen early. I thought he threw the ball pretty well, earned him a spot that he's in now, and he has yet to disappoint. I think every time he has been out there, he has kept the Reds in the ball game, if not by pitching okay, but most of the time pitching outstanding.
For Straley, this will be his 13th appearance, his 10th start, and even though he started the year in the bullpen for the Reds, you look at his career coming into this year, almost all of his appearances at the major league level were as starts, 45 of his 52 appearances as a starter. So he's where he wants to be right now, not in the bullpen, but in a rotation.
I would think you're exactly right. I mean, he's no spring chicken. He started his career out in Oakland. He's seen the top of success, and he's seen also the barrel, at the bottom of the barrel, and I think he knows where he wants to be.
Here's Revere in at 160. Your home plate umpires Corey Blazer this afternoon. Doug Eddings is down at first. Jeff Nelson is at second. Laz Diaz, last night's home plate umpire, at third. That's a strike. Overcast skies, some rain in the area. They had the tarp on the field till just about 20 minutes before game time. And the hope is we can get a full game of baseball in here today. Nice crowd on hand. Food Drive Day here at Great American Ballpark. St. Vincent de Paul Canned Food Drive Day, donating a minimum of 3 non-perishable food items. All the way through the 4th inning, you'll receive a free ticket to an upcoming Reds game. Here's the 1-2. That's up a little high. Last night, Brandon Finnegan, 6 1/3 strong innings of baseball. That paced the Reds along with a strong offense. For those that weren't with us last night, Cowboy, the Reds continued the offensive pace that they brought home from Denver.
They really did, George, and they did it early in the ball game. I mean, they put 4 runs on the board in the 2nd inning and then 3 home runs to follow as the game went along.
2-2. Hit pretty good, right center field. Back goes Hamilton at the warning track, looking up, reaching up, and he got it, and he held on.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
They'll be drawing his outline on the wall tomorrow. Straley says, thank you very much, buddy. Wow. He's going to watch himself on the highlight reel. He's looking at the screen now.
Watch Hamilton time the wall. He gets right there and then up, gets his foot up against the wall to brace himself from the slam up against the wall. What a great catch. Man. That's how you describe no fear.
You're right. For a guy that's had shoulder troubles, and Straley acknowledges it. And a standing ovation as they show it again, especially from those fans out in right center field. For any of you that have come to the ballpark here at Great American Ballpark, out in right center field when the Reds go out for batting practice early, Billy will sit out there and he'll play catch with the fans in the outfield as batting practice starts. So here's Jason Worth. So he's got a band of a couple of hundred fans out there that are always cheering him on. But
I imagine there are a lot of guys in that third base dugout that are saying, well, we thought Ben Revere was
something else. Talking to Davey Lopes, the first base coach for the used to be for the Dodgers, of course, a great Dodger player. He's been around Milwaukee, Philadelphia. Now he's here in Washington. He said Billy Hamilton is clearly a game changer. And everybody talks about Hamilton's speed on the base pass. He said, boy, does he turn the game around. And he saved at least a double right there, maybe more, with the speed of Revere. Change up way out in front is Worth. And you know, you talked about the start of the game, Cowboy, how the Reds scored early. A defensive play like that, while you're not scoring runs, that can pump up your defense, pump up your pitcher.
You talk about momentum. You talk about the different things that excite your ball club, get you thinking about winning instead of just being on the field. Those are the kind of plays that create a winning atmosphere. Another guy on your club laying it on the line.
2-2, high in the air, down the left field line. It's curving. It'll be out of play and in the seats. Got away with one there. Another couple of looks at the great catch by Hamilton.
Never took his eye off the ball. You'll see a lot of outfielders as they jump out of the corner of their eye, they're looking at the wall and they lose contact with the baseball and they'll drop it.
Joey Votto gives chase, but that'll be in the seat, so the count will stay at 2-2.
Billy hit the track twice at full speed and never took his eyes off the baseball. That's the key to making a phenomenal play. I mean, we saw Griffey do that for years. He wasn't worried about the wall. He's worried about catching the baseball.
And the advantage of being at home. I mean, everybody has a warning track, but the warning tracks are different lengths. So you know in your park when you hit the dirt how many steps you have left. How about that? Threads the needle on the outside corner. Strikeout number 1, out number 2.
Right on the outside corner. That's just a flat paralyzer. There are a couple of balls that Worth pulled foul. You start getting those hips wanting to open quickly, and you put a pitch out there like that, you can forget about it.
We talked about it last night, reading the hitter's body, and that's exactly what Straley and Barnhart did there. Here's the MVP. Harper at 242, 13 homers, 34 knocked in. He was the player of the month in April, and his teammate hitting behind him, Daniel Murphy, the player of the month in May. 1-1. This one on the outside corner, 2-1. Dusty Baker didn't know who he was going to hit behind Harper when the year started. And when they finally signed Daniel Murphy, and Murphy showed up and hit the way he's hitting, it makes it a lot easier to give your MVP protection. Here's a fly ball to left. That catch is easy, but not the catch of Billy Hamilton. The former wide receiver runs a post pattern and hauls this in. A dandy. Bottom of 1 we go, scoreless. Of 1 at Great American Ballpark. Thanks to Billy Hamilton. This one's still scoreless. Let's check Brian Price's starting lineup. Zach Cozart will lead it off. Cozart, another big night last night for the Reds as Cincinnati put 7 on the board. He ripped his 8th homer of the year. Joey Votto bats second. Brandon Phillips in the number 3 spot, followed by Jay Bruce, Adam Duvall, Eugenio Suarez. For Suarez last night, another 3-hit game. RBI single, a homer, and another single. Hamilton, Barnhart, Straley, that's 1 through 9, your Cincinnati Reds starting lineup. On the mound, he's the real deal, Steven Strasburg.
Well, let's hope he keeps pitching just like he has been at Great American Ballpark. And it has not been pretty. A 7.50 here in this ballpark, even though those numbers would tell you he's changed something, doing something different. Maybe the Reds can keep him on that same ugly roll.
27 years of age now, long and lanky, 6'4", 235. This is his 12th start. And you saw the 9-0 record. I mean, he's about the only guy other than on the moon that's got a little bit of a notch on Kershaw. He's 1 step ahead of him. They're both spectacular, though. Two other no decisions. So the end result, the team is won every time he goes to the mound, whether he gets the win or not. Cozart at .310, 8 homers, 22 knocked in. Swing and a miss. Zach is retired. There's one away here in the first inning.
Watch this changeup. Turns it over. And watch how the bat comes through. Cozart sees it as a fastball because the right-hander Strasburg throws every pitch almost from the same arm slot. Very difficult to decipher which pitch he's throwing.
Miss it on the corner for a ball to Joey Votto. In his career, 2 for 7 and a homer. A couple of the Reds have done some business. Bruce is 3 for 7. Cozart still is looking for his first hit. Hamilton 2 for 3. And Phillips 3 for 10. Joey steps in with 9 homers, 31 knocked in.
I think Strasburg wanted that pitch. Started just off the plate inside and ran right back over middle in. Got that one.
Great movement, good velocity. I mean, he's the complete package, and he was in college too, both in high school and at San Diego State.
Even though that pitch was inside, you could see where Wilson Ramos was setting up on the outside corner.
That's a strike, 2-2. Strasburg played for the great Tony Gwynn, the Hall of Famer at San Diego State, and when we would go to San Diego, Cowboy, we would always see Tony, and it was great to see him at the ballpark. He'd come in at least once a homestand usually. Here's the 2-2. Bounce to the right side. Espinosa charging. They'll get the out, 2 away. Even back then, he said Strasburg had great mechanics. But check your Ford defensive alignment for the Washington Nationals coming into today's game. Jason Worth is in left. Ben Revere, great speed in center. Bryce Harper's over in right. Anthony Rendon, your third baseman. Espinosa Murphy, the double play combo. Murphy started yesterday at first with Turner, the rookie, at second. He moves back to second, and the heavy hitting Robinson plays first with Wilson Ramos catching Strasburg. Best defense in the National League. They are first overall defensively. They've committed only 19 errors on the season.
And that's a change because for a while Washington had a really tough time catching the baseball, especially up the middle.
Brandon Phillips at 259. And that's one of the reasons why Espinosa is still in this lineup. He's had a below average year offensively, although he's hit for some power, but he's been very solid at short. He's settled down after a rough start the first week or two of the season. And I mean, Dusty, he's a guy that he'll play rookies, but he's a veteran guy, and he wants veteran presence. He's got that in his shortstop. There is Johnny B. Baker. 1-2. Down to third, Rendon. It's a fair ball. Long throw across the infield, tapping the bag, and Phillips is retired. 1-2-3. Go the Reds. Daniel Murphy leads it off, and we return. American Ballpark. Let's check your Ford defensive alignment for Brian Price's Cincinnati Reds. Duvall, Hamilton, Bruce, that's the usual defensive alignment in the outfield. Suarez, Cozart, Phillips, and Votto, and Barnhart back behind the plate after getting last night off. Reds 14th in the league with 92 errors on the season. Here's Murphy at 386, 9 homers, 34 knocked in. They'll overshift to the right side against him. And you know Daniel's story, great postseason last year, always a solid hitter, but usually averaged in the vicinity of 10-12 homers. He had an offensive power explosion in the postseason, 7 home runs in the postseason last year, the National League Championship Series MVP. He parlayed that into a 3-year deal with the Washington Nationals after the Nationals couldn't make a trade for Brandon Phillips. They're pretty happy with what they ended up with, and as Dusty Baker will tell you, and the rest of the players and coaches on this team, it's not just those numbers, the offense, but he adds a little bit of grit, a little bit of presence in the lineup too. 9 homers, 34 knocked in. Rip but foul. Cowboy, I mean, you've been watching Murphy for a long time, and he's always solid. What's the difference today from where he was 2-3 years ago?
I think he's, instead of trying to, the ball that's middle in, instead of trying to push the ball back up the middle, that's the ball he's clearing his hips and he's really getting the bat hit to. And I think that's what's given him some power stroke.
2-2.
That's where the Reds got him out yesterday, was inside. Of course, it's pitching inside, lefty on lefty is a little different, righty on lefty.
Last night it was Brandon Finnegan, the lefty, dealing for 6 1/3 strong innings for the Reds against Murphy.
If you're Dan Straley and you come inside, if that ball runs back over middle in, you better look out.
2-2. Looped into left. Adam Duvall cruising under it, squeezes it, and there's your first out of the second.
Now that's a pitch that will really help Straley today, especially against these power lefties, Harper and Daniel Murphy. You start that changeup, it's middle in, the hips clear, the hands start to come forward, and the ball's not there yet. Watch those hips pop open, the ball's not quite there yet, and then you try to reach for it, and it's a changeup, and he just can't do anything with it but flip it the other way.
When you came up at San Francisco, Roger Craig was there, and of course he was the big papa of the split finger, not just a power pitch but as a changeup. Is it easier to learn a split finger changeup than it is a circle change that Straley throws?
I think so. But I think you've got to throw something that is a change of pace pitch that looks like your fastball to be a starter.
Ramos to right. It's going to be one hop to the warning track. He'll round first, go to second. And Wilson Ramos has a 2-base hit.
And going back to that, George, when you're coming out of the bullpen, you can throw a split finger as a strikeout pitch. You don't have to have it something that will just fade to the outside corner. Wilson Ramos tattoos this one the other way. But as a starter, you've got to have an off-speed pitch that looks just like your fastball that you can throw for a strike. In order to do that, that's repetition over and over and over again. And some of us, like me, you never get it.
Hey, you got it good enough. Was it 20 years ago? You were the first Red to get over 40 saves of the season, and boy, you helped rejuvenate this bullpen here. That's a strike. You know, part of it too, you came up learning from each other, and then what you and Jeff Shaw did here was teach a lot of the young relievers as they came up in the late 90s and the early 2000s. Scott Williamson, who became a Rookie of the Year. Not just as we talk about Dusty Baker helping the Reds learn how to win again, you taught those guys how to win in the bullpen, how to be teammates, and how to throw those pitches that made a difference.
Well, I think that's something that you have to do. I can remember teaching Rod Beck in San Francisco, and ultimately he took my job there.
Yeah.
And I remember teaching Jeff Shaw here, and ultimately he took my job here. It's just that's what you do. If that's if you're going to be a good teammate, that's what you do.
0-2 to Rendon. That's down and away for a ball.
This game has no real place for selfishness when it comes to helping each other.
And when it's all said and done, you remember those relationships more than who got what job, don't you?
Exactly.
1 ball, 2 strikes to the Nationals third baseman. This one ripped to left, going back. Duval, forget it. He's not going to catch this. That's 3 rows into the seats. A 2-run homer for Anthony Rendon, his 5th of the year. And the Nationals take a 2-0 lead here in the second.
That was a changeup, the very same pitch that Daniel Murphy popped up into left field. But as you watch this pitch, righty on righty, it runs back towards the bat head. When you're facing a lefty, it's running away from you. Watch where this goes, right back to the bat head, and the ball's up, and Rendon did not miss it. That's the danger. You're throwing a changeup to a righty. You've got to get the ball down and away so the batter runs out of bat.
17 runs batted in with those 5 homers for Rendon now. And here's Clint Robinson, the first baseman.
There are some pitchers that like to throw their changeup in, let the hitter get out in front and pull it foul. That one didn't get to do either.
Votto smothers it. Straley gets there and taps the bat. Nice play both sides on the broken bat. Good job by Votto. Nice job by Straley to get there. Second out of the inning.
This is why you run under control to first base. You see him break on contact, but you have to run under control. Otherwise, if you're just sprinting to the bag, you miss that ball. You've got to read the throw and adjust, and that's exactly what Straley does there. The key is to get the break immediately as the ball is hit to the right side. Whether it's to second or first, you train yourself to move towards the first base bag every time the ball comes off the bat.
Two plays for Finnegan last night that were important in keeping the Reds in the lead early, and another good defensive play by a pitcher here. Here's Espinosa, struggling offensively numbers wise at 197, but in the power category, 7 homers, 21 knocked in. Votto has it, Straley there, and they'll do it again. 3-1 twice, but Anthony Rendon's homer gives the Nationals a 2-0 lead. Here comes Jay Bruce. Toyota sign during today's game. Tanner White from Florence, Kentucky will win this beautiful new Tundra on display at Great American Ballpark. Register for your chance to win at an upcoming game by seeing your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. Back at Great American Ballpark, and the Reds go back to work as we go to the second. Jay Bruce, Adam Duvall, and Eugenio Suarez due up. 2-run home run from Anthony Rendon has given the Washington Nationals a 2-0 lead. Here's Jay, 269, 11 homers, and 36 knocked in. Bruce against Strasburg, 3 for 7 at 429. I think you hit the nail on the head, Cowboy. When he left after that first inning, you and I looked at each other and said, he looks even more polished this year than he has been in the past.
Not everything from Strasburg is max effort. It seemed like every pitch he threw the years that we saw him, it's like he was throwing an 0-2 pitch on every pitch. You can't survive like that. Blow your arm out.
Which he did. Tommy John surgery, that was back in 2010, and they were very cautious in bringing him back. You remember the controversy as they were heading to the postseason. Do they pitch him or not? Bruce, left center field. Did he get enough? Going back, looking up, gone. The Beaumont Bomber delivers his 12th homer, and now against Steven Strasburg, 4 for 8 in his career.
The Reds came into today's ball game hitting 15 home runs over their last 5 games. That's the most over a 5-game stretch since July of 2006. And that's another changeup that leaves the ballpark. Rendon hit a changeup. Jay Bruce hit a changeup.
I think if you look at Jay Bruce, I mean, you've said it all along. When he's going to left and left center, he's a much better hitter. But if you look at this year, the consistency is there more than it has been. But he's hit more off-speed pitches this year than we've seen him hit probably ever.
I think the key for Jay at this point in time, he's not so concerned about the inside pitch. He's not trying to pull the ball and just try to kill the ball when it's on the inside corner. He sees it, he hits it where it's being pitched. I mean, normally on a changeup, you see Jay get out in front. The hips stayed closed long enough where he could get some hip action. His hands continued to stay back, and that's why he's able to drive it the other way.
The hit speed of 98.5. That's just about the speed of Cowboy going down I-75. Swing and a miss. Duval retired. Strikeout number 2. Going to get your UDF.
That is true.
He feels pretty good about where he is right now. I mean, it starts off the field. He and his wife Hannah, their brand new baby Parker. And on the field, more consistent this year. And with all the rumors that he was going to be traded in the offseason, traded during spring training, he's been able to block that out and play pretty good baseball. Duval strikes out. Here's Eugenio Suarez. Suarez, home run last night, his 13th of the year, now 33 knocked in.
You know, if I'm playing DraftKings.com, I'm picking the guys that have their first baby.
It's good. It's a good point.
I'm telling you, you look around, the guy has a kid, all of a sudden he realized what life's all about, and things change, and they're usually for the better, and some a whole lot better.
We've seen it, and over the years you've seen it with all you. I mean, you included, but you see it with your teammates. How they come to spring training, they look a little different. They carry themselves a little different. Their life changes, but in the very best way. Big swing and a strikeout of Suarez. That's the 3rd strikeout, 2nd in the inning. And here comes Billy Hamilton.
Chase the high heater. That's no man's land if you're a hitter for the Reds today. You chase that pitch up there, you're going to be back in the dugout every time.
You talked about more changeups from Strasburg, and I mean, there was a point in time where he just reared back and fired, but now he's changing the eye level to every hitter in almost every at bat. Down with a breaking ball or a changeup, up with the fastball.
I think if you ask his pitching coach, Mike Maddox, he would say he's pitching. And pitching is keeping the hitter off balance. A little in, a little out, take a little off, up and down. but it all starts with command. If you don't have command, you can't do any of those other things.
This day and age, everybody talks about the radar gun, and you probably put that third or fourth on the list of importance, huh? 1-1. Showing bunt, takes a strike.
Well, the thing about the radar gun, that's all fine and good, but if you're here in the big leagues, you've got enough talent to be able to succeed. If you've gotten here and somebody thinks you can make it, you just have to believe in yourself. And believe it or not, a lot of guys don't. They get here and think, oh wow, I'm in the big leagues. That's not what it's about.
Not getting here, it's staying here.
Exactly.
2-2.
It's about winning.
That was something that Billy Hatcher said to him. We don't know what it was. That was a smile. It was at Hatcher. Hatcher's talking to him every single day. He spent so much time in spring training working with him on his defense, on his base running. As the former first base coach, he worked with him day in and day out. And he still does. Hatcher was out here early today. You and I had talked about the inability to get bunts down. Well, they were out early. The pitchers were working on bunts. There's another changeup, another swing and a miss. He strikes out the side. That's 4 strikeouts on the day. But Jay Bruce tabs him for his 12th home run. And the Reds are within 1, 2-1 as we head to the third.
Here at Great American Ballpark. I'm Jim Day. Hey guys, we were talking about Billy Hatcher working with the pitchers bunting earlier today. Did you notice that Billy hopped in the cage? A little, hey, easier said than done. Well, okay, fine. I'll get in the cage and show you how to bunt. He was laying them down, setting the example, saying I can still do it. You boys can too.
He can still do it day in and day out. You're right, JD. When we were in Denver, Colorado, Hatcher came out of the dugout, and Walt Weiss, the manager, was there yelling across the field at him, remembering 1990 when Weiss was with the Oakland A's and Hatch hit .750 in the World Series.
Catch the ball with the bat.
Yeah.
Don't stab at it. You can catch with a glove, catch it with the end of the bat.
In fact, that was Dusty Baker, the hitting coach in San Francisco, right? Back then.
Catch the ball with the bat.
Here's Strasburg at 179. He handles the bat pretty good. Fly ball right field, down the line, but in the seats. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. 2-2 slap foul again down the right field line. Good news on the college baseball front for our local teams already today. Last night Louisville and Ohio State both won. They'll face each other today. They're underway now. Louisville leading 2-0 in the second inning down in Louisville. And Xavier, I mean, we talked about it yesterday, thinking they had one of the toughest draws against Vanderbilt. They got rained out yesterday, played today, and they won 15-3. 15-1 was the final. 15-1.
And who did they beat?
Vanderbilt. The legacy and maybe the best pitching college in the country right now. 2-2. Half swing, bounce to short. Vacuum, like vacuum. Zach Cozart has it. One away. Back to Ben Revere, top of the order. Revere hit a line drive to right center field that Billy Hamilton climbed the wall, slammed into the wall, but robbed him of at least 2, maybe 3 bases. That was to lead off the game, top of 1. Have a couple of 3-hit games. You're smiling, you're talking, aren't you?
Got it. Revere, not your ordinary slap hitter at the plate. He can drive the ball a little bit. You've got to stay on his hands and then off speed down and away. He'll roll over the ball if you can make that located pitch.
Strike on the outside corner.
Watch Ben Revere as the ball comes to the plate. Watch his hands. They really have a lot of movement as he gears up for the baseball. You see how far he drops those hands down? That's why I'm saying you get the ball at his hands or off speed down and away.
Another Kentucky product out of Lexington Catholic. Mr. Baseball in Kentucky back in his high school days, and there was a time where the Reds were very much interested in bringing him here. Came up in the Minnesota organization, and when the Twins dismantled, Denard Span was another who was on the market. And you know he can steal a base. He has stolen nearly 200 bases in his career as he marches down to first base after the 1-out walk. Here's Worth. He homered last night. There's Davey Lopes. Speaking of stolen bases, over 500 in his career.
I think the thing you have to watch for here, George, is the hit and run. Because Worth can shoot the ball the other way. And you've got a big hole on that side with Votto holding Revere aboard.
Middle of the infield, double play depth for the Reds.
Whenever you as a pitcher make a throw to first and the base runner looks like he is absolutely dying to get back to the bag, scrambling, something's up.
Worth steps out. Straley peers in for his sign from Barnhart. A little bigger lead for Revere. Good pick in the dirt by Votto.
Revere actually could probably take another step. When he dives back to the bag, his chest is almost hitting the bag.
Runner going. Got a shot at him. Wow. Perfect on the money, and it took exactly that. He had a great break. He's got great speed. Only a perfect throw would get him, and that's what Tucker Barnhart gave the Reds.
There's no doubt that Barnhart can throw, and he can throw with accuracy. Phillips got to the bag quickly, but the whole key to that caught stealing is delivering the ball to the plate in a good time to give your catcher an opportunity. If Straley is a 1.4 seconds to the plate, you don't get that throw.
And when you look at Davey Lopes or Freddie Benavides, the two first base coaches, you'll see they'll all carry stopwatches with them. And the numbers that you're dealing with are critical to whether, even if you have Billy Hamilton, there are two sides to the picture.
Yeah, they take the stopwatch. The first movement of the pitcher, they click it once, and as the ball hits the mitt, they click it again. And usually, if you're quick to the plate, you're 1-2, 1-3, maybe 1-3-5. But if you're a 1-4, go.
3-1. And the other side of it is when the scouting report is given, one of the things that the pitchers report and the hitters report will go in is the time of your catchers, how quickly they deliver it. And Barnhart has cut his throwing time from when he was, I mean, he was recognized as one of the best defensive catchers in the minors, but he's even better up here. And twice Straley's been able to get Jason Word. Good job by Barnhart. Reds trailing 2-1. He's up first. Elk and Elk storylines presented by Elk and Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. The average of the runners in scoring position last year, one of the dismal numbers for the Reds. They were 30th. This year they were 293 as a team. On the road trip they were nearly 350. In fact, 8 or 9 of the Reds have been over 300 for the last 2 weeks with runners in scoring position. And then last night 4 for 9 in the last 7 games, as you see, 357. Those are pretty good numbers, and they help produce some runs. Here's Barnhart at 242, a homer and 9 knocked in. Boy, did he get high fives when he got to the dugout after that throw, getting Revere. 2 outstanding defensive plays that helped the Reds early. Hamilton picks one off the wall, and Barnhart cuts down the speedy Ben Revere. Straley to follow.
You know, there's one thing about playing in Colorado as a hitter, George. It brings you back to a confident level. Hey, I'm all right. I can hit. And sometimes when you get in a slump, and the Reds were in a slump offensively, they were having a difficult time. But when you get in a ballpark and all of a sudden You slow things down a little bit. The ball jumps off your bat. Man, it makes you feel great. And then you come back home.
Down the left field line, curving. It'll be in the seats.
You get back home, and then that confidence translates just like it did yesterday. There were no different swings. It's from the neck up. Not any big adjustments. Nobody was standing with their feet so wide apart or wide open stance or bat held over their helmet. It's confidence.
2-2 to Barnhart. That's a call, strike 3, and he knew it. 5 strikeouts already for Strasburg.
You watch Strasburg's delivery. This is one of those yellow hammers. Drops right on the inside corner. You watch Strasburg as he starts his mechanics. Everything comes out of this side of his head, almost as though it's coming out from behind the hat. And when you can throw every pitch from the same spot, boy, does it make it tough to pick it up at the plate, especially when you throw with the velocity and the action on the pitches that Strasburg has. But there were many times last year and years before where Strasburg would try to overthrow. His right arm would spread out almost a foot away from his head because he would try to throw it too hard, and you could pick it up easily.
2 strikeouts looking, 6 on the afternoon already, 2 away. Back to Zach Cozart in the leadoff spot, who was the first strikeout victim of Steven today. And you look at his mechanics. I mean, he looks like a pitcher that would never have elbow trouble because he has solid mechanics. In fact, Tony Gwynn remarked about that when he was pitching for him. But sometimes it's not just your mechanics, it's overthrowing, even with good mechanics.
Overthrowing is what gets you. And you remember the days when we had Johnny Cueto first came to the big leagues. He was trying to throw the ball so hard, his left shoulder was going towards the third base dugout, and as soon as you do that, your hand separates from your head and you can't get the ball anywhere near the strike zone. And if you do, it's not consistent. But that puts more pressure on your shoulder and your elbow than you can imagine.
Cozart high in the air to right. Bryce Harper there under it and got it. Johnny Cueto won again last night. He looked brilliant so far today. Strasburg looks good. Reds trailing 2-1.
On as we move on to the 4th inning, and a big day for Homer as he got back on the hill for the first time. Coming back from Tommy John surgery, he was really close, making some rehab starts in the minor leagues, and then all of a sudden he felt a little nerve sensation on the other side of his elbow, which they said was not related to the surgery, but just one of the offsets of coming back But he got on the hill today and threw a bullpen, and Brian Price raved about it, said he looked terrific. Afterwards, Homer says he feels great, but they're going to take this one slow. Look for him to go about 7 bullpen sessions before he faces live hitters.
And just talking about Steven Strasburg, the way they handled him coming back, no reason to rush in a year when the Reds have clearly sent out the word that they're going to rebuild, number one. Number two, bring people along that have been injured at a pace where you don't damage them. Anthony DeSclafani, Raisel Iglesias, Michael Lorenzen, and Homer hopefully will have them back in the second half of the season as we head towards the All-Star break. Reds will overshift on Harper, fly to left first time up. Good to see Homer in the dugout, in the clubhouse, and you know he feels good about himself when you see the smile on his face, Cowboy.
I think his influence is unquestionably great around a lot of these young pitchers, because Homer's been where some of these other guys are, and I think having a veteran presence around the guys really improves their ability to go out there and grind through the tougher times. And I think it would help this club if they had a veteran presence down in that bullpen. They just don't have it. But it's coming. It's coming.
There's Daniel Murphy after the walk to Harper. Murphy flied to left on a changeup first time up. And I mean, whether it's starting rotation or in the bullpen, a bullpen is a family. And you alluded to it earlier. I mean, go back to Johnny Franco, then turning it over to the Nasty Boys, you know, then turning it again over when you came up, and Jeff Shaw and Danny Graves and Scott Williamson. Everybody passes the baton, and everybody shows the younger guys not only how to be major leaguers, but how to prepare yourself in the bullpen, which is critical.
Well, what it creates in a 7-man, 6-man, 5-man, whatever bullpen that you have, it creates accountability to one another. And I think that is what really makes you grind through things, especially when they're difficult. And Lord knows there are going to be difficult times on the mound, even for the best of the best. But when you know that your performance is not just about you, it's about the next guy, it takes on a whole new meaning.
And it's not only just a closer. I mean, Scott Sullivan was as valuable as anybody in the bullpens that you were in. Short lead for Harper. This one into right. Bruce, edge of the warning track. Has room, has it. One away. And don't forget, follow Cincinnati Reds baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video, highlights, StatCast, news, and a whole lot more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball, on your phone and on your tablet.
There is absolutely no chance, and I mean no chance, that I would have had the saves that I had in '96 if not for Jeff Shaw. Because there were many times he got the big guys and I got the little guys.
Sometimes you get 3, 4, 5. Sometimes he got 3, 4, 5.
That's right.
Here's Ramos. There goes the runner, and they do it again. Harper didn't even look up, put his head down, and headed to the dugout. 2 for 2 is the guy behind the plate for the Reds.
Isn't there like a little thing out there that says "Don't tread on me"? Well, in Tucker Barnhart's mantra, it's "Don't run on me." I mean, those are laser shots down there to second base.
And both Revere and Harper had good breaks, so it took a perfect throw both times, and both tossed out trying to steal. They're deciding whether or not to challenge. Dusty Baker looking into the dugout. He's motioned to the home plate umpire, still got it in. He said, no, go ahead, we're not going to challenge. Johnny B tried to pick the pocket of the Reds twice, and you got to figure they're trying to pick it on Straley, and Barnhart's made up the difference with his throws. Percentage wise, hey, anytime you're near 30%, you're pretty good. This one ripped to left, going back to Val, reaching up, got it. A walk, no harm. 1, 2, 3 in the end. Votto leads it off, and we return.
Coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. Corey Seager. It's a 3 solo home runs last night versus the Braves' first career 3 home run game. Johnny Cueto, as you mentioned, George, keeps on keeping on. 9-1 now, 2.16 ERA. And Bogart's 26-game hitting streak snapped last night. It was the second longest streak in MLB this season. Bradley Jr. had 29. And guys, there are reports out there. In fact, MLB is making it official. James Shields traded to the White Sox today.
That's a guy that can help change not just a pitching rotation, but he's one of those guys that we talk about, Cowboy. He's a leader. I mean, he can help make, and if you talk to the Kansas City Royals, their pitchers said things started to turn around when James Shields came there and helped change the culture.
Yeah, I don't know that James Shields is a number 1 or 2 anymore. But you slot him into the number 3 spot, especially with Chris Sale at the top of your rotation. I think I would take that, because playing on a winning club, a club that has some aspirations for playoffs, that tends to pump the players up a little bit more. I don't want to say you're not trying when you're on a losing team, but it elevates your activity on the field of play.
2 balls, 1 strike to Joey. He bounced to short first time up. The shortstop at the right side of the second base bag. This hit pretty good to left. Bryce Harper going back at the wall. Got it. Votto 0 for 2 as Harper pulls it in 2 steps from the wall. Got it out on the end of the bat. Didn't get all of it. Still got it to the warning track. 1 away, and here comes Phillips.
Another changeup. That ball started middle in and just slightly went back over the plate, and it looked like Joey caught it just off the end of the bat. Otherwise, we got a tie. Wago.
There's Brandon, bounced to third first time up. Now, you were talking about Johnny Cueto. Jim Day just showed us his numbers from last night. He went to 9-1, and watching the game last night after our game was over, you talk about his left shoulder opening up, and he's become his own pitching coach now. He walked off the mound twice when he walked guys and pointing at his left shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing for a pitcher. If you know what your weaknesses are, and the same is true for a batter, when you know what your weaknesses are, everybody knows what your strengths are. I mean, you know what your strengths are. But if you know what your weaknesses are and you embrace them, it makes you a better ball player.
True in life, too, huh?
It is.
Line drive, right field corner, 2 hops to the warning track. Phillips is around first, going to second, and he'll stop with 2. A 1-out double by Brandon, and a runner in scoring position for Jay Bruce, who homered last time up.
Pretty good swing here from Brandon Phillips. This ball was supposed to be down and away, a 4-seam fastball, and you can see the hand of Strasburg. He got just to the side of the baseball, and that caused the ball to come back to the center of the plate. And Brandon didn't try to lift it. He tried to stay on top of it and drive it, and he did that.
So Phillips in scoring position. Here's Jay. It went over the left center field wall for his 12th homer, first time up. This one looped to left. Long run Worth. He'll get there. Phillips will have to hold at second. 2 away.
You know, George, when you're throwing a 2-seam fastball or a changeup where you really try to get your hand flat and then roll over the top, it tends to affect your 4-seam fastball. Sometimes you start through your mechanics and your brain says hand flat when you should really be right on top to make the ball drive down and stay true. You get to the side of it, you push it back toward the middle of the plate, bad things happen.
Here's Adam Duvall, struck out first time up. Runner in scoring position for the Reds. They trail by 1, 2-1 here in the 4th. Our Steel Power Tool performers. We've talked a lot about the great month of May he had with 11 home runs. First 21 games, 5 runs batted in. Last 29, money in the bank. Added up.
Adam Duvall has become a weapon.
Holds on it.
That last pitch from right there, that ability to hold up is what has really increased Duvall's ability to drive the ball. Holds up just in time, and that goes back to having a shorter swing, allowing him to read the ball later in the zone.
1 ball, 1 strike. You talked about it early regarding Daniel Murphy, how shortened his swing is. The shorter your swing, the easier it is to hold up and react. The longer your swing, the more susceptible you are.
Well, the longer your swing is, the sooner you have to start. And you can watch Jason Worth. He's a telltale sign of that. The shorter your swing is, and a lot of young hitters, they think they have to start really early to create a lot of power. It's not the case. It's hips and hands.
Wide, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
For a hitter, the longer that you can let the ball travel and see the ball, the better opportunity that you have to make solid contact. If you've got strength like Duvall, that's a dangerous combination.
Snuck it in under his hands, and he had him locked up, but just missed. Full count, 3-2. Duvall, native of Louisville. Went to high school there, went to college there. That breaking ball will drop low, and he'll take a walk. That's the first walk allowed by Strasburg. So it's 1st and 2nd. 2 away, and here comes Eugenio Suarez.
You know why Strasburg threw him a 3-2 curveball? Because he knows if he centers up a fastball, Duvall's got a chance to put the Reds on top. The word gets out. This guy can hit a fastball. You throw a cripple pitch up there, he's going to mash it.
Here's Suarez. Became the 3rd strikeout victim of Strasburg back in the 2nd. Strasburg's already struck out 6. Now, it used to be, Cabo, when you played, there were scouting reports that kind of made their way around. I remember Jose Rio always used to say he would start the first half of the year, start everybody off with a backdoor slider. And then by the time the scouting report got around at the All-Star break, he'd start them off with a fastball up and in, because it took that long for the word to get around. Now it gets around the next day with video and everything else.
No, we just have greater technology, greater analysis. The sabermetrics community has really been able to break things down so that you have a greater idea of the tendencies of every individual player, even the player that comes up from AAA. So if you're on the mound or if you're at the plate, you have to constantly make incremental adjustments.
0-2 to Suarez. 2 on for the Reds with 2 outs.
The information is out there. It's how you use the information. Every human being has tendencies, especially in a sport like baseball, football, however you want to put it out there. Your road to success is figuring out what those tendencies are of your opponent. And if you can do that, boy, you are way ahead of the game.
1-2 to Suarez. Popped up right side. It'll be in the seats, out of play.
there are some pitchers that, especially the young guys, okay, 1-2, 0-2, I'm going to bury a slider into the dirt. If you're a hitter, a big league hitter, you just sit on your hands. You know he's going to bounce it in the dirt. And after he bounces it in the dirt, then he tries to come hard in. And he does it every single time, regardless of the hitter. Take the one in the dirt, hit the one in out of the ballpark.
There's the 1-2. Good hold on that. Try to get him to go up at the fastball high. He misses, and it's 2-2.
How many times, George, have we heard a pitcher say, especially a young pitcher, I don't know how he hit that. That was a great pitch. Well, he's studying you just like you're studying him.
2 balls, 2 strikes. He got him. That's strikeout number 2 against Suarez. Overall strikeout number 7 for Strasburg. 2-1 Nationals. Ball on Fox Sports Ohio, being brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Ford, go further. And by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on United States News Best Children's Hospitals. Great to have you with us. George Grand, the Cowboy, Jeff Brantley, JD, Jim Day down by the dugout. JD will be checking in with us shortly for an update. Ever been on the Belle or the River Queen, Cowboy?
I have, but not the Belle of Cincinnati.
You got them down. You got some beauties down here. Up the Mississippi.
Natchez back up to Vicksburg.
All the way to St. Louis.
Some kind of beautiful.
Straley back to work for the Nationals. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors. For the Reds, a run, 2 hits, and 2 left on base.
Down there, they call it the Mississippi Queen.
Fastball up high, 2-0. Were you a big fisherman as a kid in the river, or did you go to the big water?
Never really fished much in the river. I like bass fishing. I like my spots.
Freshwater spots or saltwater?
Freshwater.
Fly?
No.
Bait?
Bait caster.
Favorite bait? Strike.
Favorite bait? I'd say probably a burgundy worm with a little gold fleck.
Mm-hmm. Use full worm or half worm?
Full.
You knew what you were doing.
I don't know if I knew what I was doing, but I was catching bass.
I'm more of a saltwater guy.
Yeah,
striped bass.
I like
bluefish.
I like to go deep sea fishing.
Mm-hmm.
The But the biggest issue is I want to catch something big if I'm deep sea fishing.
High in the air to left, battling the sun and now a breeze. Rendon pops out. That's your first out of the 5th. The second batter of the inning. Here comes Robinson, and a reminder, catch the Reds action Friday, June the 10th when they take on the A's for only $12. Be one of the first 40,000 fans in attendance to receive a Suarez oversized baseball card. Thanks to Topps. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. Clouds have moved back in. The wind has shifted, so it appears that the rain is coming back in. Right now, the wind is blowing in at probably 15 to 20 miles an hour straight in from left field. And that's happened within the last 5 minutes. As Robinson bounced to first. Rendon had homered the first time up. High in the air to left again. Adam has it. There's 2 away. The radar has shown some heavy rain south of Cincinnati in Kentucky, and we've expected it to move in sometime this afternoon, and just by the feel of what's going on right now, it's right around the corner.
Yeah, temperature starting to drop a little bit.
2 away. Here's Espinosa, bounced out first time up. Down and in, ball 1. Last couple of years they say Trey Turner is the shortstop of the future, but don't tell Danny Espinosa that. He's not giving up his spot anytime soon. He's played second, played short. And of course, this is where Ian Desmond was. When you talk about signing contracts, Desmond was offered what, $100 million deal. Ended up signing an $8 million deal for 1 year.
May regret that one. It's not always about getting the biggest contract. It's what is going to be good for you.
High hopper down to Votto. Joey will glove it, tap the bag. That's a nice inning from Straley. Well, he's holding his own. The Reds need some runs. Billy Hamilton will lead it off as we go to the bottom of 5. Game with all the info you need for that day's game with the Reds Live on Fox Sports Ohio. Reds Live presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. Hope you joined us for Reds Live before the game today. Jeff Piccoro, Brian Giesenslaw were there today. They'll be here tomorrow too. John Moscott will go against Tanner Roark. That'll be coming your way tomorrow at 12:30. The game will follow at 1. Hope you had a chance to see our tribute to the greatest, Muhammad Ali. A little later on we'll talk more about Muhammad Ali, Louisville native. I am the greatest. One individual who affected the world, not just in boxing, but for all his humanitarian work after he became the heavyweight champion. Here's Billy. As the rain starts to move in, his at bat becomes even more important. Reds trail by 1. They want him on base. Try to get something on the board here. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hamilton struck out in the 2nd inning. Two and 1. Strasburg, a Golden Spikes winner back in 2009. One of 2 Golden Spikes winners on this Washington club. Bryce Harper also a Golden Spikes winner. Of course, later this month, the Golden Spikes winner of 2016 will be announced. Speaking of Louisville, 2 of their players on that finalist list, Brendan McKay and Corey Ray, 2 pretty good players. Louisville right now leading Ohio State 10-0 in their game down in Louisville. Two 1. The Washington Nationals lead it, and that swing and a miss by Hamilton. He strikes out, and that's now 8 strikeouts for Stephen Strasburg. 1 away here in the 5th.
Hard running fastball up and away from Hamilton. You try to pull that pitch, that's what happens.
Bouncer down to first, flag down by Robinson. He'll tap the bag, and there's 2 away. Well, he's on the threshold of 1,000 strikeouts for his career. Strasburg, a power pitcher big time. Don't forget, tomorrow the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing heads to the Tricky Triangle at Pocono, where Martin Truex Jr. looks to defend his title from last year. All begins tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. Eastern, only on FS1. Or watch it live on Fox Sports Go.
Lake Pond, Pennsylvania.
You got that down now, right?
I do. Got enough messages yesterday to let me know exactly where Pocono is. Thank you very much.
Here's Straley, struck out in the 3rd to become the 6th strikeout victim of Strasburg today. Two runs, 2 hits for Washington, a run, 2 hits for the Reds.
Rain is imminent. The towers have disappeared.
That means it's coming soon, right?
That means it's about to drop down quick.
There it is, number 1,000. And Lobaton will grab the baseball, put it in his glove, take it to the dugout, and you know who he's going to give it to. Here comes Stephen Strasburg. We'll talk more about the 1,000th strikeout of Strasburg when we return. summary. A well-pitched game, not much offense. The two big swings. First, a double by Wilson Ramos, a home run by Anthony Rendon, his 5th of the year. 2-0 Washington in the second. The Reds battle back with a home run of their own in the bottom of the second. Jay Bruce's 12th of the year, and they're within 2-1. Only 2 hits on either side, and Steven Strasburg for the Washington Nationals has been brilliant on this day. He has struck out 9, including the 1,000th of his career. Straley has done his job too. There's the baseball that is a special one for Steven Strasburg. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, no one left on for Washington. A run, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on for the Reds. Your Honda game summary. Here are the numbers for Strasburg. 1,000 career strikeouts, the first Nationals pitcher to accomplish that feat. And already between innings, the grounds crew, and you go look down by the Reds dugout, they're ready to sprint out of their little alcove and get to the tarp, because there's the Lord crew. Stephen Lord ready to bring his group out, and meanwhile Straley is ready to go, and he's called out Steve Ballman before they go. They may not even get started the way things are starting to turn around, Cowboy, because the rain has already started across the river. We can see it in the river, and the grounds crew's ready to pounce on the tarp any moment. Now Straley, remember, has had blister problems and 2 of his starts. We don't know if it's a recurrence of that here.
The tarp is coming out either way.
He won't even toss a pitch. Here comes the tarp, and boy, they better hustle, because you could see the trees flapping on the other side of the river, Cowboy. That rain is coming, and so's the wind. 97 times last year those guys had to roll out that tarp. That's by far and away a record for the Reds here at Great American Ballpark. They did a tremendous job all year long, and this will be a reprise of that. Watch these guys. I mean, you talk about precision. Under this wind, not an easy job, and the guys are getting it done fast and covering up this field before the heavy rain comes. Talk about teamwork. You got teamwork in the clubhouse, teamwork on the field, and teamwork with the tarp.
Takes a boatload of folks to get this game ready. I mean,
this is not easy. I mean, we've all been there, Cowboy, when that tarp is taken off with this kind of wind. You talk about a first-class effort. These guys are getting it down about as quick as you can under the circumstances. Great job by the grounds crew to get this field covered, and boy, is it coming down right now. I got it timed in like 1:10. That's pretty good. The wind is blowing, the rain is coming down, and there's going to be a delay of this one here at Great American Ballpark. Hey, Cowboy, most people don't understand how difficult that was. You've been down there when that wind starts whipping.
Oh, there's no doubt that I can remember at Candlestick, guys trying to get the tarp on the field, and the tarp actually lifting the grounds crew off the ground. I mean, you don't really realize how strong the wind is until you're pulling a tarp on the field, and it takes you and about 3 of your other buddies up off the ground and then snaps you to the middle of the field.
You can't do it any better than the guys did it today. I mean, rain is one thing, but rain combined with wind and gust. I mean, it was coming in straight towards home plate. Now it's blowing straight towards the left field line. Take a big deep breath, guys. Good work.
Yeah, I think they can handle the rain part. The wind, that's when it gets dangerous.
So we're going to have a delay here at Great American Ballpark as the Reds and the Nationals are hooked up in game 2 of this 3-game set. Anthony Rendon's 2-run homer gave the Nationals a 2-0 lead. Jay Bruce responded with a home run to make it 2-1, and that's where we stand. And while we're only 5 innings into this game, you got to be pleased the way that Dan Straley's pitching again, Jeff.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt about it. I mean, anytime you go up against the ace of another club, you've got to bring your A game. Now, you're not actually facing Strasburg per se, but you know that he's only going to allow a few runs, if any. So you've got to be on your game. You can't make mistakes. You can't back off at all. You've got to be on the attack. And I thought that Straley has done that so far here in this ball game.
Well, we got a rain delay coming up here. When we return, JD, Jim Day will have some updates for you, and also we'll reflect on what is a major story this weekend, not just in Louisville, Kentucky, where he was born, or in Cincinnati, where he was here in 2009 for the civil rights game, but all over the world. Muhammad Ali touched all of us in very different ways. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more when we return to Great American Ballpark. We're in a rain delay. The Nationals lead the Reds 2-1. is a champion. And I said, I know that. He said, no, I don't mean as a boxer. He says he's a champion as a person. And boy, was he right, because what he did after his career was more impressive than what he did. And when in 2009, I never thought he remembered me at all. And when we got a chance to see him, in his words, he said, in 1976, he said, ain't life grand, joking at me. And then he said in 2009, ain't life grand, ain't life grand.
And most men that have Parkinson's, they would retreat.
Yeah.
He burst forward.
Great memories for a great man. I mean, we were fortunate in sports to have Jackie Robinson, and fortunate to have Muhammad Ali, who impacted so many lives, so many lives. Already play baseball again. Here's Straley back to go to work, and hitting in the 9th spot in the order to lead off the top of the 6th is Stephen Strasburg. 20 minutes and 35 seconds worth of rain delay, so we got out of this one a lot better than we thought, Cowboy. And look, fingers are crossed that the next band that's maybe 50 miles away won't touch us, might miss it. Strasburg, who has pained the Reds with 9 strikeouts already, becomes a strikeout victim of Straley. That's strikeout number 3 for Dan Straley, 1 out here in the 6th. It was kind of neat when Ali came here. You know, in 2009 we had the civil rights game. President Clinton came. Henry Aaron was here. And even though he really was diminished physically, I think he enjoyed it more than anybody. He really did.
Camaraderie.
Yep. That's a strike to Ben Revere. Revere started the game with a bullet to right center field that Billy Hamilton caught, bounced off the wall, and held on to it. He walked in the 3rd and was thrown out trying to steal. Here's Cozart giving chase. Who'll get there? Zach will. 2 away. Be a part of Super Saturdays this season at Great American Ballpark. Saturday, June the 11th. First 25,000 fans will receive a Reds Garden Gnome, thanks to Miracle-Gro. Catch all the action June 11th. That's next week for only $12. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. You hit a rain delay, and you never know as a pitcher. You're always ready in the bullpen. You started and we're in the bullpen too. And when you're within 20 minutes, as this one was, it shouldn't affect you that much. So both pitchers stay in there. But once you get past the half-hour mark, it becomes a different story.
Especially at this point in the ball game. And George, to be honest with you, it's really not the inning that you go back out, because you've got super adrenaline and you can force through that tightness. But when you go back out and pitch after you've been sitting for 30 minutes, that first inning you're okay. The next inning you feel like you've been run over by a truck.
2 runs, 2 hits for Washington. A run, 2 hits for the Reds. 2 away here in the 6th. There's the 2-1 swing and a miss. 3 strikeouts for Straley. 2 of them have come off this guy. Jason Worth struck out looking, struck out swinging his first 2 times up. Down to 3rd, but foul. And a wet souvenir for that fan.
It's amazing that rain came in and it's total sunshine now.
Changeup popped up into short center. Will Billy get there? Phillips back. Brandon there. He'll squeeze it. 1, 2, 3 after the 20-minute rain delay. See if the Reds can get something cooking. Top of the order due up. The all-new Fox Sports app. Get highlights, interviews, injury updates, scores, and instant alerts on your favorite teams and rivals. Download now in the iOS App Store, Google Play, or visit foxsports.com/app. Fox Sports app. You got that, Cowboy? You got them all, don't you?
Loaded.
I'm still trying to learn how to turn mine on and turn it off without losing everything. There's Cozart. Strikeout and a fly ball out against Strasburg. Reds trailing at 2-1 as we go to the bottom of 6. Strasburg will face Cozart, Votto, and Phillips. Yesterday, the Reds did not take batting practice. Some of the Reds came out to greet Dusty Baker and Chris Heisey and Chris Spires, Paul Lessard, the former trainer. Today they all took batting practice, so it was again like a wedding reception line again around the batting cage.
A regular day.
That's right. Cozart, of course, great affection for Chris Spire, the bench coach of the Nationals, because it was Spire who was the bench coach for Dusty and the infield coach, and he spent a lot of hours hitting ground ball fungos to him as he became an outstanding shortstop. That guy was too. Spire was outstanding. Montreal, San Francisco. This one drilled down the line, but foul by Cozart. That was the pitch he's been looking for all afternoon, Cowboy.
I think any coach that has spent any time with Cozart over his years, whether he's been from a 10-year-old all the way up until right now, is most happy with what he's doing with the bat. He's always been awfully slick fielding, even back at Ole Miss. But right now, he's swinging the bat about as good as he ever has in his life.
Only the second walk allowed by Strasburg. Leadoff hitter on. Here comes Joey. And you remember, of course, because you were around Dusty Baker when he was a hitting coach.
Yes.
And Dusty, even though he was the manager here, was like always the de facto hitting coach. He talked hitting with everybody, and nobody more than that guy, Joey Votto. And Votto came over to see Dusty today because he didn't get a chance to, other than shake hands yesterday. Strasburg to the stretch, Cozart off first. Here's Joey showing bunt. They overshift, and he's trying to steal a base to get an extra runner on, but he fouls it off. Votto grounded to short, fly to right in a hole 0-1.
Yeah, it's interesting. When I was in San Francisco, Dusty was our hitting coach to begin with, and then my final year there, he was our manager.
No balls, 1 strike to Joey. And we remember this year when Joey really got into a couple of times those exaggerated crouch positions, and he came over and he said to Dusty, Dusty said, "You've been struggling?" He said, "Yeah, I've been struggling, but I'm coming out of it." He said, "But you know, when I was at my worst, I kept thinking what you always told me: use your legs, use the body, use your body." This one hit deep. Boy, does he use his body here. Going back, looking up, gonna be gone. A walk and a homer, and the Reds have taken the lead in this one in the 6th inning. Votto drills his 10th. A reminder to his former manager that, yeah, he can use his lower part of his body too.
Boy, Votto got on that pitch in a hurry. Tries to get a curveball down in the zone. It is down in the zone, but it got over the plate just enough to where Votto got the fat part of the bat to it. And that was a no-doubter.
How do you come back after a rain delay? There's a happy guy right there. Votto delivers. The Reds have taken the lead for the first time today, 3-2. There's Brandon, a ground out and a double. You see the haze. That's not rain. It's the aftermath of the fireworks.
And you can see Votto, he strides, but the top of his body does not move towards the pitcher on the off-speed curveball. Has his hands back, hammer time. That's one of the things you try to read as a pitcher. Are his hands coming forward when I throw a breaking ball? Does he leak towards me a little bit with his upper body? The answer is no on that pitch.
Talked about the Reds in their last week and how their offense came alive. Votto has had success against the Nationals throughout his career, and he looks a little funky right now, and he's called out Ramos, and here comes Paul Lessard, the former Reds trainer, now the trainer for the Nationals. And you said, Cowboy, it's, if you stretch, you're ready to go after a rain delay. Maybe he might have tweaked something because he doesn't look comfortable out there.
Well, it really should not have affected Strasburg as much as it did Straley, because Strasburg was the leadoff batter. So he keeps his blood going. He keeps swinging.
Sounded like he said, looked like he said, my back. Right? Like a cramp maybe in his calf or his, yeah.
Most pitchers do not go back inside if it's a short delay. You stay in the dugout where the temperature is the same. If you go back in, your body has a tendency to kind of shrink up a little bit. And if he went down the tunnel or went back into the cool area, that's where you get those cramps.
When you were here with Don Gullett and Tom Hume, they always, during a rain delay, would have you get up and throw every 10 minutes. Just toss, light toss. Different pitching coaches do different things, huh?
Exactly.
Joey delivers here in the 6th. Strasburg says I'm okay, and he's staying in there. 3-2 pitch to Phillips. Pop foul and out of play.
He's still favoring that right calf. You can see him bend it there after the pitch to Brandon Phillips.
Still trying to stretch
stretching it again. Yes.
Of course, for a right-hander, that right leg is your push-off leg. That strikeout number 10 on the afternoon. That's the first out of the inning here in the 6th. Number 1001 for Strasburg in his career.
Change up to Phillips and had him well out in front. Throws the pitch and bending that right knee, but it's the calf just below the knee that's bothering him.
You would figure either way, if he gets out of this inning, it'll probably be his last. They have treated him so gingerly since his arm surgery. I mean, all the controversy over would he pitch at the end of the year when they were heading to the playoffs.
Mike Maddox is at the top of the steps. He is not. Yeah. He has not been there all afternoon.
I mean, yes, they've got a great pitching staff, and Scherzer's.
And I think they're going to take him out of this game.
Maddox isn't going to take a chance here.
Maddox didn't cross the line.
Yep.
And the only reason he did not cross the line is because Strasburg said, I'm all right. But he's still favoring it.
Yeah. And he's going to talk to the bullpen, get somebody loose. They had somebody shifting already. Here's Bruce. Jay, a homer in the 2nd, gave the Reds their 1st run, and he lines this one into center field for his 2nd hit of the day. And here comes Dusty. That's it. I mean, part of it is the game, but even more importantly, they don't want to take any chances with Steven Strasburg. So it won't be Maddox. It'll be Dusty that'll come out, and that'll be it for Steven. He pitched outstandingly today. He has struck out 10. But after what appears to be a cramp in his calf, he's going to exit the game. And that's a smart move, huh? Well, the Reds have taken the lead. They got to run around, and while the pitching change takes place, it's time for our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
broadcast is presented by authority of the Cincinnati Reds and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Stephen Strasburg has been removed from this game. We are assuming that it is a cramp, and if that's the case, cramps must be in the air. If you remember, right before the rain delay, trainer was called to the mound for Dan Straley. He had a cramp at that moment, so the rain delay came at a perfect time for him. You saw him stretching his leg out. He was able to work out the kinks of that cramp during that 20-minute rain delay and has continued in this game. Strasburg, not so much.
And you're right, JD. The players were saying it even as early as batting practice. It was a hot, humid day. A lot of perspiration. The first delivery by Trinan will go past the first baseman Robinson all the way to the tarp, and going to second base in scoring position is Jay Bruce. Blake Trinan coming in. Strasburg unhappy to have to leave this game. All he can do is sit and watch.
Bruce does not have a big enough lead there to try to pick him off, and that's exactly what Trinan tried to do. Tried to be too quick. Didn't have his bearings on his throw. Not good.
So here's Duvall, a strikeout and a walk against Strasburg. They play him straight away. Bruce on second, with the Reds now leading 3-2. If you joined us late, Washington took a lead in the second, 2-0. Wilson Ramos a double, Anthony Rendon a homer. Jay Bruce's homer in the bottom of the second brought the Reds to within 2-1. And then Joey Votto's 13th home run against the Nationals in his career gave the Reds a 3-2 lead in this inning. Votto on the season now 10 homers and 33 knocked in. Blake Trinan takes over, and for the Nationals, 4 righties and 3 lefties. Of course, the closer here in Washington is Jonathan Papelbon.
Well, Trinan has a phenomenal sinking fastball with great velocity. He's hit 100 miles an hour with a sinking fastball, but he can be awfully wild at times.
3 balls, no strikes to Adam Duvall. Duvall struck out in the second. Walked on a 3-2 pitch in the fourth. Right down the middle for a strike. Strasburg went 5 1/3 innings. Allowed the 4 hits that the Reds have. Walked 2, struck out 10. And the runner on base is his responsibility. 3 runs allowed. Bounces back 3-2. Breaking ball, nasty one, swing and a miss. 2 away here in the 6th. 11th strikeout of a Red today. First by Trinan. Here comes Suarez.
First breaking ball of the at bat. Yeah, it's a yellow hammer. Starts right on the outside corner, and you see where Wilson Ramos catches it. That's the same place that Trinan was starting his fastball and running it back over the plate.
While they're chatting over their strategy, we'll update you on the NCAA situation. Xavier defeated the #1 seed down at Vanderbilt. Vandy 15-1. Louisville in the top of the 5th now leading the Buckeyes 13-0 after they won last night. Wright State, Western Michigan, a final Wright State alive with a 10-3 victory. Well, after watching the first 5 pitches from Trinan, Suarez got a wake-up call, I'm sure, sitting in the on-deck circle seeing that breaking ball. No balls, 1 strike to Eugenio. Struck out twice against Strasburg. Second ball that Ramos just got a piece of, or Bruce would have at the very least been sitting on third. Solid backstop, Wilson Ramos. One ball, one strike to Eugenio. Right field, foul ball in the seats.
It seems to be the pitch away that Suarez connects on the most. The ball that's really from the inside middle to the outside corner. That's the one he squares up more times than not.
1-2. Nationals have been impressive in so many ways this season as they moved into first place in the East. Their bullpen, the best earned run average in the National League. The Reds last in the National League in ERA, so big disparity between the two. That's down and in. Last night the Reds bullpen had maybe Cowboys' best night of the year.
They were on the attack. They did that in Colorado as well. Came in the ball game, they were on the attack. If you're coming out of that bullpen, you better be coming out with vengeance in your eyes.
3-2 to Suarez. Got him. 2 strikeouts for the righty reliever, but before the inning ends, Joey Votto hit his 13th home run against the Washington Nationals. You know what? 8 times he's given the Reds a lead with those 13 home runs, and today's one of them. 3-2 Reds. Take on the Oakland A's and save with the 4 for $48 ticket offer. Thanks to Reach Magazine, you could get 4 view level tickets plus 4 Reds hats for only $48. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. So let me ask you, Jesse, you already got those hats in the back of your car? You got Did you like those hats they used on the road in Denver? The Reds hats?
I did.
They were pretty nice.
Camouflage hats.
Yeah. Here's Dan Straley going to work in the 7th. So the Reds once again have got a strong starting performance for the 4th straight ball game. Straley will face Bryce Harper, Daniel Murphy, Wilson Ramos as we go to the 7th. The lead only won 3-2. Harper flied to left and walked. They overshift to the right side against him. It's been a day of strikeouts. Strasburg struck out 10 before he left. But it's also been a day for Tucker Barnhart to cut down 2 runners trying to steal. Harper and Ben Revere, 2 key throws by the Reds catcher. and a day where the home runs have accounted for all the runs. Rendon, a 2-run homer. Bruce and Votto, home runs for the Reds. Center field, Hamilton has it, and they retire Harper for the second time. He walked once.
Straley can bear down when he has to, and usually that's in the top of the order. You look at those numbers there, first 4 hitters in the lineup, usually some of your better hitters. A 206 average. And you keep the guys off the base there. That way the middle of the order has to bat with nobody aboard.
The only 2 runners that got on walked, both of them tossed out by Barnhart. Here's Murphy, flied to left, flied to right. Both on changeups. Reds stay overshifted against this left-hand batter.
See, that last pitch is a pitch very few pitchers have confidence in throwing. A changeup on the inside part of the plate. You know the hitter's looking fastball. He's going to try to get out there early, and he pulls it foul. It's just an automatic strike.
Set up, down and away. Barnhart, that's wide. 2-1.
That set that fastball up right there. That pitch was only 89 miles an hour, but the ball that Murphy pulled foul was 82. And you come back with a pitch that stays hard and true right on the inside corner. Very difficult to decipher for a batter.
They're staying in. This one fouled off and out of play.
What the Reds ultimately are doing is changing speeds on the inside part of the plate instead of going away from Murphy. That way, if you do miss a little bit inside, it's off the plate. If he does swing, he can't do anything with it but pull it foul.
Phillips has it on the wet grass. He makes the play. Once again, 3rd time, Cowboy, they get him on a changeup. 2 fly balls in this ground ball.
That works.
And while the rain is stopped, you saw Phillips there. I mean, any ground ball or anything in the outfield was not covered, and it's going to be slick. So in situations where there might be a runner in scoring position, there'll be a play at the plate. Ball will be wet going to the outfield, and it'll be tricky for some of these fielders too. There's Ramos in the 2nd with 1 out. He doubled to right. Rendon followed with a homer. Those are the 2 runs that the Nationals have this afternoon. Last time up, he lined to left. In the air to center. Back is Billy at the warning track. He'll put it in his pocket, and a 1-2-3 for Straley. How about number 58? He's battled all afternoon long, has a 3-2 lead. each and every Reds game here on Fox Sports Ohio. Make sure to stick around for Reds Live, brought to you by Performance Kings Honda, for a complete recap and interviews from the locker room. A whole lot more. You'll hear from Brian Price. We'll be right by the dugout to give you the story of this one. Hopefully it's a smiling scoreboard, and Jeff Piecoro will be able to interview one of your Reds right by the dugout when it's all said and done. Trinan will stay in for a second inning of work for the Reds. Billy Hamilton will lead it off as we go to the bottom of 7. Hamilton, Barnhart, and then Straley due up. Ross Ohlendorf is loosening in the bullpen. Hamilton showing bunt. Billy today glad to see Strasburg go. So are most of the Reds. Struck out twice, 0 for 2. 6-game hitting streak on the line for the Red center fielder. And as the game gets deeper, he may be 0 for 2, but his greatest contribution was a miraculous catch off the bat of Ben Revere to lead off the game for Washington. Right center field. He snared it a step from the wall, crashed into the wall, but still held on to the ball. In a 1-run game, a big play. 3 balls, no strikes. That's a strike. Brilliant pitching today. Strasburg 5 1/3, 4 hits, 3 runs, 10 strikeouts, 2 walks, 97 pitches in there for strike 2. On the other side of it, Cowboy, Reds fans have to be pleased with the effort of Dan Straley today.
Yeah, he's only the second pitcher to go 7 innings twice. The other would be Alfredo Simon. With 95 pitches, you wonder if he'll head back out.
Right down the middle for a strike. That's 13 strikeouts of Reds batters today. And the 3rd time Billy has gone down. 1 out in the 7th. Here comes Barnhart, the catcher. While Hamilton's contribution was that catch, Barnhart's contribution, the only 2 batters that reach base among the top 4 hitters in the Nationals lineup are Ben Revere and Bryce Harper. They each reached by a walk, and Barnhart threw both of them out trying to steal. How about 2 great throws, Cowboy?
Quick release, almost as if he was turning a double play at second base. In and out of the glove in a hurry, and the throw right on the money.
Strikeout and a ground ball out for Barnhart at the plate today. And it's a ball and a strike here.
We got some more rain coming, Puck.
Yep. Is that your body telling you or your radar telling you?
The towers. The towers disappear. Not good.
As Red Barber would say, you're in the catbird seat, not just to see the game, but you look across the river at the towers in Kentucky, right?
Yes. I'm not sure what that mountain hill or whatever you call that is. When those towers disappear, radio towers.
Bounce right back through the middle. Espinosa will get it, though, and it's thrown away. Barnhart will turn. They got a play on him at second. Here's the throw, and he's going to be out.
That is an outstanding play by the catcher, Wilson Ramos. You're taught as a catcher when there's a play at first base, you start to break down the first base line. The ball was way off target, and Ramos still went that way. Watch where this ball kicks off. Right to him. He didn't rush his throw. He knew he had time, and Ramos picks it up and fires a bullet to second to catch Tucker Barnhart. And in Barnhart's mind, he's got second easy.
So it'll go as E6 and then a 2-6 put out. So instead of 1 out and 1 on, there's 2 away. And the pitcher spot due up, and it'll be it for Dan Straley. Coming up for the first time since coming back, Cowboy, is Kyle Waldrop, coming up from Louisville. 4 homers, 17 knocked in. So it'll be his first at bat since coming back up. Big left-hand swinger, dealing with Treinen here with 2 outs in the 7th inning.
Well, as Lenny Harris, one of the best pinch hitters I've ever been around, said, first pass ball that you see that's close, take a rip.
Became the all-time pinch hit leader in Major League Baseball history. Prior to the game today, the Reds sent Diane Diaz back to Louisville, and Waldrop was called up. That'll get past Murphy into right.
Boy, Murphy just, he little leagued that one. Got in between. Hard sinking fastball away, so when you pull it, it's got a lot of top spin. You see Murphy come in, and when that ball hit the ground for the second time, it went by him like a bullet.
So now getting Barnhart at second changed the complexion of this inning. Had the Reds had the runner on, they'd have 2 on and 1 out. As it is, it'll go as a base hit. And that's his first big league hit. He'll take it. Waldrop will take it any way he can. That's hit number 1 for Kyle.
Well, here's my thought process on that for Daniel Murphy. You're a second baseman. You're about 20 feet from first base. You don't play the ball to the side. If it's a tough hop, you get in front of it, you play it off your stomach or your chest, you pick the ball up, and you throw it to first.
Well, the Reds get a base runner, and here's Cozart, 0 for 2 and a walk. That's inside. So Kyle Waldrop picks up his first hit, and the Reds hope to play some add-on here with 2 outs in the 7th. Treinen peers in for a sign from Ramos.
Reds were able to do that yesterday. Add-on baseball.
Now 28 pitches for Treinen in the bullpen. Oliver Perez has started to loosen, the veteran left-hander.
Getting ready for the man on deck.
Votto, who homered last time up. One and 2 to Cozart.
I love to watch the batters when they swing and they foul one off, and you zoom in on their face and they give you that whoo, like it's just this. In other words, don't throw that one again.
What does he double up with? Oh, they got him caught between first and second, and he's going to be out. So the base runner erased here in the 7th. An error, but then a pickoff erases the base runner. Reds still lead 3-2 going to the 8th. halftime moment of this afternoon's ball game came with the first batter, and that's the Billy Hamilton catch we were talking about. Great catch, holds onto it as he pinballs off the wall, and his starting pitcher Dan Straley says, "Thank you, buddy, and I acknowledge your greatness." Spider-Man to a T.
I love outfielders that take pride in making phenomenal plays, and Hamilton is one of those guys. You look at a guy like Trout, he loves going over the wall, and Ken Griffey Jr. I don't know anybody that played it better than he did, but he loved to take it away, whether it was a coming in and a dive to rob a line drive, going back and catching one over the shoulder, or especially the one where you reach over the fence.
Trout's made a living doing that. And how often did we see Jim Edmonds do that against the Reds, right? Man. Here's Ross Ollendorf will take over as we go to the top of the 8th inning. Well, Dusty Baker, little by little, has moved Ollendorf into this 8th inning role. The veteran right-hander faces Rendon, who homered back in the second, a 2-run shot. Those are the only runs that the Nationals have. Ollendorf, out of Princeton University, has bounced all around.
Well, I think if you're Brian Price, it's kind of trial by fire. You try to figure out, all right, who can handle this spot, number one, mentally, and can they throw strikes when they get there?
Off the end of the bat, Bruce will have room for this one. Got it, one away. And you talk about leadership. What Ross Ollendorf gives to this bullpen, Cowboys, a little bit of veteran leadership. I mean, he's not a demonstrative guy that's going to get in anybody's face, but he's been there. He's a major leaguer. He knows how to conduct himself, and he's learned how to pitch over the years.
He's been there. He's done those things. But you're right. He's not a guy that's going to say, he's not going to approach you. He's going to wait for you to approach him.
Down to short. Cozart. They take care of Robinson. There's quickly 2 away in the 8th inning. The numbers for Straley: 7 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, 95 pitches, 57 strikes. How do you add up his day?
Thought he threw the ball great. The thing about Straley is he was behind the majority of the game, but he never really backed off. I mean, he just kept pitching, kept pitching, kept pitching. And I think that's the best compliment that you can give to a guy like Dan Straley. He's not overpowering, but he is a pitcher's pitcher.
Down and in for a ball.
I think Straley reads swings well. I think he knows when to throw the changeup. Now, sure, everybody's going to make some mistakes, as he did with the one changeup that Anthony Rendon hit out. But for the most part, he understands the pitching game, when to go away, when to come in, when to throw the hook, when to throw for a strike, when to leave it off the plate. And to think that the Reds got Dan Straley for nothing off the waiver wire, and 2 teams let him go.
Span of a week, he went from Houston to San Diego.
You don't think Houston could use that kind of starting right now?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it helped San Diego a whole lot.
That's a little low. 3 balls, no strikes. Last week or so of spring training brings some interesting moments for organizations and for individual players, and Straley was one of them. He was with Houston, eventually traded to San Diego, and then picked up on waivers by the Reds. Oh, deep to right, forget it. That's long gone off the bat of Danny Espinosa, and we've got a tie game. He got it up, and Espinosa put it out.
Espinosa, a fastball hitter, and you let him sit on it, especially middle end, he can put a jolt to it.
His 8th homer and 22nd run batted in. We're tied at 3.
Not a hitter for average, but you leave that ball up and out over the plate. He can do that with regularity.
So Espinosa delivers a home run to tie this at 3, and here comes Stephen Drew, who will pinch hit. Drew, veteran infielder, the 1/3 of the Drew family allotment in Major League Baseball. J.D. Drew, of course, and his brother, all 3 of them first-round draft picks. He was out of Florida State, been around a long time now, 33 years of age. J.D. first, and he and his brother Tim followed. Last couple of years, American League Baseball in Boston and New York. Reds, of course, like everybody else, in the middle of preparing for the draft on Thursday, the June 9th draft. Remember when J.D. came through, he was a shortstop at Florida State, and there was a big debate. Could he play shortstop in the major leagues? Would you move him to second? He made a pretty good major league career for himself.
Did all right.
3-1. Missing wide, that's ball 4. So after getting 2 quick outs, a homer and a walk, the go-ahead run down to first, and here's Ben Revere at the top of the order. Don't forget to be a part of Super Saturdays this season at Great American Ballpark. Saturday, June 11th. First 25,000 fans will receive a Reds Garden Gnome thanks to Miracle Grow. Catch all the action June 11th for only $12. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com.
When you come in late in the ball game, especially the 8th and the 9th inning, and your team is trailing, you can pretty much book it that the hitters are trying to take you out of the ballpark, especially in a 1-run ball game, and you've got to pitch accordingly. You just can't just rear back and lay one in there.
From the stretch, Ohlendorf drew off first, and they'll toss over there. Oh, Prince Turner has come in to pinch run, and as we talked about yesterday, Cowboy, this young man stole 15 down at AAA. He's got great speed and becoming an outstanding base runner. So this may be Barnhart's sternest test of the afternoon. Barnhart has already thrown out 2.
Would they try him for a 3rd time? Guess we'll see.
My guess would be yes, the way this kid has shown what he could do in spring training and at the tail end of last year. That's a strike. Revere lined out to Hamilton in the first, walked in the third, tried to steal. Barnhart cut him down and popped to short in the 6th. 2 away. Runner not going, missing up and away, 1-1.
Ohlendorf needs to slow things down just a little bit, where he gets an opportunity for his hand to get back on top of the baseball. Right now, he's underneath it, and the ball is sailing up and away, as we saw with Stephen Drew, and now here with Ben Revere.
1 ball, 1 strike. Runner not going. Left field, in the air. Back is Duvall, looking up, warning track. Got it. But Danny Espinosa knocks this one up. His 8th homer of the year. We are tied at 3, going to the bottom of 8. Cincinnati Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio has been brought to you by Kroger. Stop by your neighborhood Kroger to save big store-wide. Great food, low prices, all at Kroger. And by Toyota. For over 30 offers, visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. Now they're checking the radar once again. There's another front moving in. You can feel it. And Cowboy, you double as a weatherman. What's your read on what's going on?
I'll put it this way. I can see the towers. That's a good sign.
That's a good sign. Here's Felipe Rivero coming in to pitch as we go to the bottom of 8. Top of the order, Cozart up. Zach struck out, flied out, and walked. Rivero, power arm left-hander, huh?
Yeah, last 10 ball games he's pitched in 9 innings and only allowed 1 earned run and struck out 13.
Cozart fouls it off to the right side. 1 ball, 1 strike. Votto will follow, then Phillips.
George, I don't know that there's a pitcher in the Rockies bullpen that is not throwing 95. That's why they have the best bullpen ERA in the game.
Ironically, I mean, Jonathan Papelbon was always 98, 99. Right now, his velocity has dropped, but he's learned how to reinvent himself as a closer.
He's probably the slowest in velocity in that bullpen, but with the most experience.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Bottom of 8. We're tied at 3. Nub to the right side. Cozart trying to beat it out. He will not. As Rivero comes off the mound. Good job. The lefty falling the other way. Got to the ball, and with the turf a little bit wet, gets the toss down to Robinson, and there's 1 away. Our Volkswagen drive of the game came from this guy, Joey Votto, in the 6th inning after a walk to Cozart. Joey, after the rain delay, touched Strasburg for this 2-run homer that gave the Reds a 3-2 lead at that point. Espinosa's homers tied it, and that's where we are now. Look out. Ball 1 to Joey. Votto's home run is 10th of the year, and you got to take a breather after that one, huh? When you get your dome that close to the action, you need a breather. 1 ball delivery.
I think that was a little gamesmanship by Votto. He stayed in the box until Rivero got on the mound, and then he went back out and turned his back on him. Another fastball up and in. Well, there's no secret that the opposition is trying to pitch Votto inside.
Setting up away this time is Ramos, and he misses. 3-0.
Votto's got to be thinking, look, dude, you're going to knock me down. Throw me something over the plate.
That was a payback swing right there, huh?
3-0 pitch. Do you remember, George, back in the day in Montreal, when you walked a batter or an intentional walk, they played the funky chicken?
Yep.
Now, I pitched up there, and that'll get in your head now. You start throwing a lot of balls, and they start cranking out that chicken music. And test your manhood a little bit now.
That's a walk to Joey. 1 out, 1 on, and here comes Brandon. Jim Riggleman down in the first base coach's box for the Reds, with Hatcher down at 3rd. Brandon Phillips. Bounced out, doubled, and struck out. For most of his career, Phillips has been the Reds' best hitter against left-handed pitching, and the Reds could use a base hit here. This time of the game, Phillips will change his approach. May take one big swing if he gets ahead in the count, but other than that, will stretch out, shorten his stride. And with the rain starting to come down, a run means a whole lot right here. It's starting to rain a little bit harder now. Still see the towers, Cowboy?
I can still see the 3 towers. See the lights flashing. We have not moved into DEFCON 1.
Top to the right side and out of play. Now it becomes even more of a factor if you can get a runner in scoring position, because anything in the outfield would be very difficult to get a good handle on the ball and make a good throw.
Well, you can tell that Brandon is trying to hit that first second base hole. You got Robinson holding on the runner. It gives you extra room on that side to find a hole for a base hit.
There's the 1-2 to Phillips. And it's 2-2. Fouled off his foot. We'll try it again.
Change up away from Phillips. Just a bit out in front.
Votto's short lead and has gotten a little slippery down at first. Last time he tried to go back, that right foot slipped out a bit, so cautious as he leaves the bag. And he got him. Phillips said, "That's high. Come on, that's high." Won't get any satisfaction from the home plate umpire, Corey Blazer.
Got a breaking ball. Started way up.
So 2 away. It'll be up to Jay. Homered in the second for the Reds' first run. Singled in the sixth. 2 for 3 and a fly ball to left in between. Call this effectively wild, but it's starting to irritate the Reds hitters.
Well, the fans don't like that, but that was a breaking ball. He was trying to start right at Bruce and break it over the plate, and he just left it hanging out there.
Rip towards the corner. Votto around second. He'll go to third. Bruce will stop at first, and it's first and third. So with 2 away in the bottom of 8, the Reds have the go-ahead run sitting at third. And here comes Adam Duvall. Good at bat by Bruce.
Fastball left it in the middle of the plate, and Dusty says, well, they want to go to the bullpen again.
So out comes Johnny B. Baker. Pitching change will take place, and while we're taking this time out, I'll remind you, you're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. 2-minute rain delay. This is rain delay number 2. The grounds crew called upon to roll out the tarp again because that light sprinkle has turned into a pretty heavy downpour. The radar showing heavy rain, not the thunderstorms that were moving through before, but they're going to have to cover the field again. So here in the bottom of the 8th inning with 2 outs and 2 on for the Reds, we'll have another rain delay. The first one, 20 minutes and 35 seconds, occurred after the 5th inning of baseball. And with the Reds in a 3-3 tie and runners at first and third, we're going to have our second rain delay of the afternoon.
I don't think this one is going to be 20 minutes, George.
I think you're right.
I think it's going to be a little longer.
Now, when we come back, JD will fill you in on the latest news and notes around. We'll update our college baseball scenario for you and a whole lot of other things. The rain's really coming down now. We're tied in a ball game 3-3, bottom of the 8th, 2 outs. The Reds have first and third, but we're in rain delay number 2. We'll be back with more after these messages on Fox Sports Ohio. for you. We're in a 3-3 ball game, bottom of the 8th after our second rain delay. At the plate, Adam Duvall trying to give the Reds a lead. Joey Votto walked with 1 out. Then Jay Bruce then singled to right, sending him to third. So Bruce at first, Votto down at third. And at the plate is Adam Duvall. Adam today struck out, walked, and struck out again.
Sean Kelly on the mound for the Nationals. He has been about as good as you can get.
Pop back and out of play. No balls, 2 strikes. We talked about it often in the last couple of days. This is the #1 statistical bullpen in the National League. But aside from statistics, they're the best bullpen in the league, too.
Yeah, he's thrown 18 innings, 4 walks, and 24 strikeouts, 12 hits. That's why he's in the game right now.
There goes Bruce. There will be no throw down to second. So the Reds have second and third. Good news is 2 in scoring position. Bad news is that now Robinson moves over from his first base bag where he's behind the runner wide of the bag. So it cuts down the hole on the right side. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Adam. This one hit deep. Did he do it again? Going back, looking up. That's gone. How about that? Well, the Reds can thank 2 rain delays. After the first rain delay, they came back big. And after this rain delay, Joey Votto homered earlier, and here Adam Duvall, a 3-run home run, and the Reds have taken a 6-3 lead here in the 8th. How about that, Cowboy?
Boy, Adam Duvall has been a home run hero. Now 11 of his last 14 hits have been for extra bases, and more times than not, they've been just like that tape measure.
That's as much relief as it is joy, isn't it? These guys are looking at possible extra innings, and now the Reds have a 3-run lead in the bottom of the 8th. As good as Sean Kelly has been, that's as good as Duvall has been as well. Another look at a sweet swing, Cowboy.
A hanging slider.
Ooh.
And that's death.
And there was no doubt about that one. It kept sailing. For Adam, home run number 16. Add 3 more RBI to his count, and he has had a remarkable last 5 weeks. 6-3 Cincinnati, and here's Eugenio Suarez 0 for 3. And there's a swing and a miss. The sombrero for Suarez. He strikes out 4 times, but the big swing of the inning, Adam Duvall, home run number 16. Reds lead at 6-3. After a double by Ramos in the second, Anthony Rendon's homer makes it 2-0 off Dan Straley for the Nationals in the second. Jay Bruce comes back against Steven Strasburg, bottom of the second. His homer makes it a 1-run game. It's 2-1. That's the way it stayed until Joey Votto in the sixth, after a walk to Cozart, he clubbed his 10th homer. The Reds had a 3-2 lead. Not over yet, though, because in the eighth inning, it's a home run by Danny Espinosa with 2 outs. Off Ross Ollendorf, we are tied at 3. But the biggest swing of the day so far for the Reds, Adam Duvall. A big swing, a 3-run homer, bottom of 8 after an hour and 4-minute rain delay. The Reds take a 6-3 lead to the top of the 9th inning. And Cowboy, you really couldn't ask for much more in a ball game. We had great starting pitching from both Strasburg and Straley, and we've seen some home run hitting too.
Every single run in this ball game has been the result of a home run, whether it be for the Nationals or the Reds.
Paid crowd of 25,000 plus in the ballpark. After 2 rain delays, some of them have gone home, but those that have stayed, hoping to see the bullpen duplicate what it did last night and close this one out. Here's Jason Worth. 2 strikeouts and a pop-up, 0 for 3 as we go to the top of the 9th inning. Ball 1 from Tony Cingrani, who takes over. That's a little low, and it's 2-0. Dan Straley, 7 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks. Pitched outstandingly against Steven Strasburg, who went 5 1/3, 4 hits, 3 runs, 10 strikeouts, and 2 walks. And it's 3-0. Strasburg had to leave the game with what looked like leg cramps in his right leg. And the trouble of this 9th inning, it's number 2 Jason Worth, 3rd in the lineup Bryce Harper, and the cleanup hitter Daniel Murphy. There's strike 1 to Worth. On the corner. Now, there's no doubt who the closer is for the Washington Nationals. It's Jonathan Papelbon. The Reds have been searching for a closer all year, with a bullpen that has been mix and match. This one bounced to short. Cozart takes the tricky hop across to Votto. There's one away. Well, the Zinger bounced back after a 3-0 count. He gets the first out of the 9th inning, and here comes Harper.
Two straight strikes. That ball right down at the bottom of the strike zone and too close to take for Jason Worth.
Here's Harper. Flied to left, walked, was thrown out trying to steal, and flied to center. Cingrani against Harper. Harper's 0 for 3 against him. Daniel Wright on deck. The Reds do not overshift dramatically against Harper this time. Cozart to the shortstop side of the second base bag, and in short right field is Brandon Phillips. 6 runs, 7 hits for the Reds, 3 left, 3 runs, only 3 hits for Washington. 2 of those 3 were home runs, though. So far, the Reds have been able to handle the top of this order. 1 through 4 have been on base only twice, 2 walks, and both times Ben Revere and Bryce Harper were thrown out by Tucker Barnhart trying to steal. Waves at that. It's 2-1. Harper asking, is that a strike? Home plate umpire Corey Blazer nodding affirmatively, so either way it was a strike. Right down the middle at 95.
So was that.
Wow. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Harper digs in. 13 homers, 34 knocked into the season for last year's MVP in the National League. Yes, missing on the corner. Daniel Murphy, the player of the month in the month of May, sitting on deck. Full count, 3-2. Looping fly ball to left. Here comes Duvall. He'll get there, and there's 2 away. Cowboy, you said it. Hitting and pitching about confidence. You see confidence growing in the guy on the mound.
Yeah, the big thing for Tony, I think that once he learns that his stuff is good enough to challenge hitters, and you get jaded a little bit when you're in the starting rotation, and all of a sudden you're in the 4th and 5th inning, and you throw that fastball that you think you're throwing in the first, and they hit 2 or 3 out of the ballpark. When you're coming out of the bullpen, you just let it rip. Challenge them, make them swing the bat, especially with a 3-run lead.
Here's Murphy. Lefty-lefty matchup. That's inside ball 1. Murphy 1 for 1 in his matchups with Cingrani in their history. Daniel flied out, grounded out all 3 times on changeups. That's a strike. Nationals came in with the 2nd best road record in the National League. They lost game number 1 yesterday. Good pitching performance from Brandon Finnegan. There's a hard hit ball. Cozart scoops, throws, and Votto digs it out. Well, a long day of baseball, but the Louisville native, he was very emotional before the game because down in Louisville, it was Cassius Clay and then Muhammad Ali. We said goodbye to him this weekend, but Duvall and so many people in Louisville have great memories of the greatest, Muhammad Ali. On this day, Adam Duvall celebrated the career of Muhammad Ali with a big swing in the bottom of the 8th to give the Reds a 6-3 lead and eventually a 6-3 victory. A whole lot more to talk about. Smiling side of the scoreboard for the Reds. We'll bring it to you when we return.